they all dead up here?
Yeah, they're all dead. Dude, this fucking...
There we go. How are we doing, everybody? How's my mic? What's going on, Mike? Don't get crazy on me. All right, everybody. How are we doing today? It's your boy, it's Joe, coming in loud and clear in 25 different colors on 60 different channels. We're getting it in. There we go. That's better. How we doing, everybody? It's your boy. It's Joe. All right, everybody. So, super excited about today. Thank you for stopping by. We kind of, yesterday was the first affiliate stream. I was super pumped up. I got 2 subs off of it. Woo woo! So we're super pumped up. We're continuing on, guys. We got good things going on. We're going to be reviewing all of book 1. I know I kind of didn't do it yesterday. I kind of finished up reviewing the Wi-Fi chapter, the last Wi-Fi chapter. But today what I want to do is I want to do a big review on book 1, pretty much from soup to nuts all the way through. And you know, just work it out, man, and just see how good we're at. See the kind of, you know, yeah, just see if we have any sticky points. I don't, you know, we shouldn't have too many sticky points, but I still want to hit it hard before we move it into to book 2. Now I do, if we do have time to continue on here, which I'm pretty sure because I don't have any work tonight. Today will be, well, how's this? I got a new job too coming up starting on Monday. So I'm super pumped up that I got a new job starting up on Monday. That I'm, you know, it's not going to be on the overnights anymore, guys. So I'm super stoked about that. So we definitely have some good things. Coming up. So again, if we do have, if time allows me, and if I have enough energy, we may move into book 2. For the stream today, but if not, there's always tomorrow. And yeah, so I'm gonna have to do some soul searching to see to kind of fit in some more material now. Last night it was pretty funny. So last night after jumping off the stream, I was heading into work. It would have, you know, I didn't know it was going to be my last night. Obviously, I got the phone call today saying that I'm going to be starting my new job on Monday. But either way, so last night going into work, we were getting hit by a pretty heavy snowstorm. Most of the North Midwest and the Northeast got hit by this snowstorm over Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then last night, early morning last night. And when I was going into work last night, it was at its most heaviest point. Now, my wife had struggled to actually she had came home early. Her job had let her come home early. And she had actually struggled getting into our parking area, our parking lot there. We live in an apartment where it's like a unpaved semi-dirt, semi-half gravel driveway that our landlord and the other apartment building next to us are supposed to take care of it for us, being as it's pretty long and all kinds of messed up. Like shoveling it is like out of the question because it's just it's up and down hills and stuff like that to take care of it. It would just, I would be destroyed. So I thought I was actually going to be able to make it out of it. Me being not so bright and me being just like, screw it. But yeah, I ended up getting stuck. In it. I was stuck in it for 2 hours. I had pretty much made it about 5 feet out of our parking spot down the hill of our driveway, and I got stuck. I was so mad. Dude, me and the wife spent 2 hours, because what happens is once where I was stuck, I was pretty much blocking the 2 apartment buildings from getting out. So nobody can get in and nobody can get out. So it wasn't like something I could just leave there and deal with the next day. Oh, snap! What did we just get? Did I just see a follow come through? Oh, snap. Shaybay's hosting me. Good looks on the hosting. Ah. Good looks on the host. Thank you very much. So, yeah, I was tired. Yeah, my wife and I, we spent 2 hours trying to get me out of this jam that I was in. The Jitsies, I had to crank the car. I had to jack the car up twice, on both sides and stick boards underneath the tires, to get us out of this jam I was in. It was the most, it was the biggest pain in the earth. It was, man. It was such a pain in the butt, to get it. Because at one point I jacked the car all the way up, got the boards underneath it, and again it's snowing, and it was snowing hard and raining too at the same time. It was like that snow rain crap. So I was soaked and cold. The wife was freezing her to cook us off, and I had just a scissor jack, a stinking scissor jack. Let me mute you, LOL. Hear you twice. I had a stinking scissor jack that I was using, not an awesome pump jack, but a stinking scissor jack trying to do this madness. And yeah, so we got jacked up, got the boards out, we got halfway up the driveway, and then all of a sudden, boom, stuck again. No. This time though, I was like, screw it. I'm just gonna spend a couple minutes, well, more like the half hour, and shovel the rest of the way back to the parking spot. Not out the driveway now, but out the parking spot. So I just shoveled the rest of the way to the parking spot, jacked the car up again, got the boards right back underneath it, and then we have finally, after about 2.5 hours, finally got the car back to the parking spot so we weren't friggin' blocking the whole driveway again. So that was my night last night. Pretty fun. So, all right. With all that being said, that's my spiel for the day. The wife was pretty happy about that. She loved freezing her butt off. So, all right, let's dive into it. Like I said, I got CML up. Like I said, we'll probably be doing some labbing today. The first part of part 2 is about the transport layer. So I was thinking about making a lab in CML, a similar lab that I had done before with configuring NAT and PAD and DHCP on one of those on a router with an external hookup to the actual real internet, and then using the desktop image, the Alpine desktop image on CML to pull up web pages and stuff like that, and then we can capture that traffic on the packet capture, and then take a look at it in Wireshark. We could take a look at some of those packets that are showing the transfer layer protocols and stuff like that as they show up in the packets and stuff like that. So if we got time, we'll probably have enough time, but we'll configure a lab and we'll take a look at that, and then like always I'll download the lab and then put it up on there, and then whatever packet captures that we got, again, I'll put that up on the Discord too, so you guys can take a look at those packet captures and stuff like that too, so you can do your own self-study and an examination of what I've done too. So yeah, let's kind of dive right into it, guys. Let me switch my scenes again. We're gonna go over to the whiteboard scene today, guys. All right. Hello. I like doing when I do these study reviews. I like doing it on the whiteboard. I just feel like it's better that way. Better when I stand up, at least, and focus in. on what we're doing. Did I open? No, I didn't get Epic Pen up. The camera's good. This is this other camera right here. That's the 3D printer that I got over there. This on here so I can monitor chat. Very good. So I got chat up right there, just in case anybody chats up. Take a sippy sip. All right. So we got the Pearson test product up right here, and we're gonna take a review. Like I said, we're gonna be reviewing all of book 1. All right, reviewing all of book 1. We were gonna do this last night, but again, time wasn't on my side, as it sometimes isn't. But now time is on my side, so we should be good. We should be good to go and get this done. Make sure my monitor stay there. Monitor, stop moving. It's a good position. All right. I need Epic Pen. We got Epic Pen up. Now we're gonna do a full gambit. Now again, this is gonna be a full review of book 1. All right, a full review of book 1. Soup to nuts, guys. Soup to nuts. That's everything from book 1 right there. All right, no more than... How many questions do you think we should do, guys? Any questions? Should we stick with 102, or should we go more than that? I say we go more than that. Shoot for 200 questions. That should be good. What am I missing? I'm missing my eraser. Hold on. I think the kids followed it. I grab my handy schmandy eraser here. I knew the kiddos. I saw it out in the kitchen earlier. The kiddos had to borrow it, so it's all good. All right, let's start, guys. Let's just dive right into it. No holds barred. No holds barred. So many questions we got handed to us today. All right. Let's do it. So, the term segment refers to which layer PDU? That's transport. All right. Network, layer 3. Application, this would be layer 5. Layer 4. And then what does that say? Internet work layer? Whatever you mean. All right. A user has sent a request to the server. What process does how many questions do we even have? Ooh, we have 200 questions. Whoa, it's going to be a little bit. All right, what process does the server go through to determine what service is being requested by the user? De-encapsulation. IB functions at what layer of the OSI model? So that'd be network. Yep, the outputs from a Wireshark capture. All right. In describing the line with an OSI model perspective, what is the correct label to be used in combination with this PDU? Okay. So in describing line A from the graphic, so this is the That's layer 2. That's the frame. All right. Which of the following terms represents a layer 3 PDU in the OSI, which includes the network layer heading and encapsulated data? So that'd be packet. Based on the packet capture shown, which of the following is true? Line D is used for connecting, establish, and termination, flow control, and segment of large data blocks or smaller parts of transmission. Line A is logical addressing, routing, path. No. Line A is the frame. Okay. Line B relates to data formulating in frames. Transporter from the transmission. Nope. Line C. Line C is information used to route the packets. No. Line C corresponds to the transport layer in the TCP/IP model. Yes, it does. All right, transport layer, transport transmission control protocol. All right. From the output of R1, which of the following is accurate? Which of the following is accurate? The hardware address field represents 32-bit layer. Nope, 48-bit. The address to do is design. All right, yeah, it's the MAC address. Yep. No. No. Okay. The network of the figure uses Cat5 cabling with RJ45 connections. Which of the following statements are true about the wires inside the cabling and the RJ45 pins to which they are connected? All right. The cabling from PC1 to switch 1 connects both on pins 1 and pins 1. Yep. We're using straight through cabling. Nope. And yep. You gotta select 3 answers. Nope. And 1 and 3. Yes, it does. Crossover cabling. Okay. In the figure, which of the following statements are true about the cabling inside? Okay. Looks like we only got to select 1 answer. Nope. 6 and 6. Yep, that one's right. Wrong. And then wrong again. Refer to the diagram. The new connection that is going between Campus 1 and Campus 2 routers is required to provide at least 500 megabytes per second. Bandwidth, the routers are located 3,000 meters away from each other. Which of the standard Ethernets should be used in the situation? So we're going to go with Zulu because we're thinking big. All right. Here's another cabling question. Select 2 answers. Nope, be 2 and 6. 6 and, yep, 6 and 6. So trade through cabling. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. Yeah, 1 and 3 and 2 and 6. Cool. All right. The diagram shows a simple internetwork in which all LANs connections are fast Ethernet. Select the answers that list the correct cabling type. Crossover between yep. Ethernet crossover between nope. Rollover nope. Ethernet crossover cable between yep. Refer to the diagram refers to which one, so that's multi-mode. Multi-mode. Don't freeze on me now. And we're going to be looking. The circle part of the Ethernet header lists the value of a hex 0800, in which case that means the IP header follows next as shown. So that's the type field. Type field. Which fields are in the IPv4 header? Protocol. Okay. A device uses a MAC address of yada yada yada, which is part of the indicates the original owner. So it is the first half. So the first half. Which of the following data link layer protocols are used to encapsulate data on a leased line? HDLC and PPP. A user at host 10.3.0.1 powers on a device, issues ping to 10.3.0.2 command. What is true about the ARP request sent by the host 10.3.0.1? Select two answers. The frame will be de-encapsulated only by the device using no, because everyone's going to get a copy. Nope. Device processing. The device processing the request will reply with a new cast frame from host 1 to host. Yep. Host is attempting to learn. Yep. All right. Which of the following? Which answers list an Ethernet-based WAN service? So we have E-Line and EO-MPLS. A leased line. Stop it, you crazy light. A leased line provides a blank service, so that is a layer 1. All right, layer 1 service. It's an actual physical. It's a physical line, physical cable. All right, a leased line is a physical cable. Okay, so layer 1. Did I just hear another follow come through? Based on the. Turn my thing up. Oh, snap! Thank you for the host, Gamer Golf! Good looking out, my friend. I knew I heard a notification come through. I gotta turn up my volume here so I can hear those notifications come through. Good looking out, my friend. I appreciate that. Alright. Based on the diagram, host A sends. What up? Doing good, my friend. So we're gonna be since we finished reading all of book 1, today's the big today's pretty much the whole. We're just going through the Pearson test product again, this time for all of book 1. So we got 200 questions we're going to be going through, and just seeing, I'm just going to be looking for some of my sticky areas that I can do some side studying on. And yeah, so I hope you're having a good day today. Hopefully that, I don't know where you live geologically, but we got hit by that snowstorm over the last couple of days. Hopefully you weren't too affected by it. I know last night I got stuck for about 2.5 hours in my own driveway. All right. Based on the diagram, host A sends a packet to server B. The two serial links use HDLC while the rest are Ethernet. How many times does the packet experience re-encapsulation? You got fucked up by that snowstorm, by that storm today. Did you really? Yeah. Yeah, we got it. Let me see. It started midday Monday, and it kind of ended early this morning. Then it just turned into rain after that. But yeah, dude, I got stuck. Trying to go to work last night right in my driveway for 2.5 hours. Me and the wife, we spent 2 hours. I had to jack the car up, and I just had a scissor jack, you know what I'm saying, with the little turny thing, trying to get us out by putting boards and stuff underneath the tires to get it unstuck. It was a mess, I'll tell you that much. All right, so how many times does the packet experience re-encapsulation? So every time that packet flows through these routers, it's going to be de-encapsulated and re-encapsulated. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5 times. 5 times. How does the receiver of a HDL frame know what has been re-encapsulated within the frame? How does the HDLC know what has been? It is in the type field header. In the figure, All devices are statically configured with IP addresses, masks, and default gateway information, assuming all the switches in PCs have had completed reloading. The switch MAC address tables are empty, the PC's ARP tables are empty, and none of the PC's routers have sent a frame yet. Which of the following is true? PC1 pings PC2, the first Ethernet frame will be an ARP request. Yes, that's kind of true. When PC1 pings PC2, the first packet will be nope. When PC1 pings PC2, the first frame will no. When PC1 pings PC2, the first Ethernet frame will be a broadcast destination address. Yes, it will. Okay. Which protocol finds an unknown layer 2 address with a known IP address? Which protocol finds an unknown layer 2 address with a known IP address? So that's ARP. What is the name of the Cisco iOS command line interface exec mode that allows a user to run more powerful commands? So that's enable mode. When the Cisco iOS command line interface is initially accessed via console telnet SSH with no privileges, which mode is the user placed into? So that is in user mode. Using a cable to connect to a Workbench PC to the console port of the switch, you notice that the switch is non-responsive. A coworker mentioned that the same PC was used with the same switch earlier. The sys LED light is green. Considering the given scenario, what should the technician do? Check to see if the verify the straight through cabling. Make sure the cable is a rollover. So we want to make sure it's a rollover cable. Verify that the cable is no, and to see if the actual connections have been made. If an engineer issued the copy running config startup config command, which Cisco memory type would be the would the configuration be copied to? So that's NVRAM, because the running config is saved in RAM, and then the startup config is saved in NVRAM. Refer to the diagram. Which of the following connection parameters are used when connecting to a console to a Cisco switch? So that's 9600, 8 and 1. If an engineer has completed a series of changes to a Cisco switch and he wants to ensure that the changes are saved and retained across reboots, which command should be issued? Which command should be issued? So that's the copy running config startup config. All right. Your switch is in an air-conditioned locked wire closet on the first floor of the building. There is a CAD card reader on the door that allows only authorized personnel into the room. On Tuesday, you use Telnet to connect to this switch and issue the following host name and logout. Cool. So you didn't save it. Bow. You didn't save it. That's what you didn't do. All right. You forgot. You forgot to save the configuration to NVRAM. What will a switch compare? What will a switch compare its MAC address table to be able to? What will a switch compare its MAC table to be able to forward a frame? Destination MAC. Yeah. Destination MAC address. After powering on, a frame arrives at a switch. The switch had not yet learned the source MAC address of that frame. Which action must the switch take in this place? The switch adds the source Source and destination, nope, it just adds the source. So it adds these. Switch adds the source MAC address to its table. What is the default aging time of a MAC address table entries that have not been used? So that's 300 seconds. Which type of memory does the switch use to build its MAC address? So that's TCAM. How does a switch build its MAC address table? By listening to incoming frames and examining the source MAC address. Yep. All right. All IP addresses are configured for PCs and they are correctly connected to the network. The MAC address table on the switch looks like this. What do we got? Yada yada yada. 1 2 2 2 4 4 4. All right. PC4 has a layer 2 address for PC3 in its ARP table. PC4 sends a unicast ping request to PC3 as shown in the packet capture. Okay. Yada 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 yada. All right. PC3. So the switch doesn't have. Switch hasn't learned the MAC address for PC3, though PC4 seems to have it in its ARP cache. All right, so the switch is actually going to flood it out. Switch will flood the frame. Yep. It's not going to flood it to these guys because these guys are in a different VLAN because we're dealing with two different VLANs here. All right, let's keep it rolling here. In the figure, all devices are statically configured with IP addresses, mask default gateway information, assuming that all switches have learned the MAC addresses of all the devices. In the figure, PC1 pings PC4, and PC1 receives replies confirming that the ping worked. Which of the following are true about the frame sent in this network and their encapsulated data? Okay, scroll down a little bit and we can just highlight some of the areas that we're talking about right now. Just make that a little bit bigger. That's good. So PC1 here, and we're pinging PC4 here. All right. The frame that contains the ICP echo reply sent by PC, so the reply sent by PC4 as the destination MAC of the FA01's interface. No, because it's going to be de-encapsulated once it hits the FA01. It's going to have that MAC address. Right? Right. This one gets me every time, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. The frame that contains the ICP echo request sent by PC, because we got to select two answers. The frame that contains the ICP echo request sent by PC1 has the destination MAC address of the. So the request, the frame that contains the ICP echo request sent by PC1 has the destination MAC. Yes. Frame that contains the ICP echo request sent by PC1 as the destination MAC of PC4. Nope. Frame that contains the ICP echo request sent by PC1 as the destination IP address of. Yes, it does. The frame that contains the ICP echo request sent by PC4 as the destination MAC of PC1's. Nope. The frame that contains the ICP echo request. No. Yeah, okay. Let's go with that. Let's go with those right there. So pretty much what I'm going with is when that request is being sent through the router here, when it's de-encapsulated, it's gonna have when that frame is de-encapsulated and re-encapsulated, I'm going with that it's gonna have the destination MAC of 500 as it's being sent out to PC4 here, instead of the other way around where the other possible answer is that when PC4 sends the reply back, when that frame is de-encapsulated, when it enters 501, it's gonna have 500's zero's MAC address as the destination MAC as when it goes to PC1. Now, I believe that once it's that interface that the frame the entering frame that's what it's going to have because it's going to be de-encapsulated and then re-encapsulated, all right, by that interface. So that interface that's the NIC that it's coming in towards. You know what I'm saying? And it's just being. We'll have to see because this one gets me every time, because it's like I'm just gonna go with it. I'm gonna go with that one, and I'm right. So there you go. So that logic that I'm going with is pretty much well his PC1 is PC4 here. All right, PC1. That's an awful one, Joe. I know that's an awful one. So PC1, PC4. Okay, we won't draw anything else. We'll just care about the router. So here's the interface, the gig 0-0 interface, and this is the gig 0-1 interface right here. So when PC1 sends that ICMP echo, obviously it's going to go to PC4 here, all right, because it's using PC4, and I think PC4 is 10 dot whatever dot 1 dot 1 dot. We'll just say 4. This is 10 dot 1 dot 1 dot. We'll say 0. Put in a different subnet, whatever. 1. Cool. So my logic is when PC1 sends that frame, all right, it's going to be de-encapsulated here and then re-encapsulated and then sent out obviously out gig 0-1, but it's going to have gig 0's destination MAC, all right, as the destination MAC that when PC4 gets that frame that it's going to have, instead of the other way around where it was saying when PC4 sends that reply back that it's not going to have gig 0-1 MAC as the dest. It's going to have gig 0-0's MAC address as the destination MAC up on that frame when PC1 gets that reply back. Okay, when it gets that reply back. Okay, that's not correct. All right, and that's just what that I was just going over right there. That one I always have to think about just to make sure I'm right about that. So it's always the entering interfaces. That's what that entering interface that's going to de-encapsulate that frame is. That's what it's going to have its destination MAC address of. Okay, on that frame going to wherever it's going. All right. All host switch ports reside in VLAN 1 with no port security. No static MAC address tables entries defined. Host B remains powered off, but all other hosts can ping each other successfully. Later, host B powers up and the user issues the ping 10.1.1.4 command to generate host B's first network traffic. Which of the following, which describes the best scenario? Okay, so pretty much since host B it hasn't powered on yet, it's going to be sending out Even though it's pinging 10.1.1.4, its ARP table is empty, so it's going to be sending out an ARP request, and that's going to be broadcasted to pretty much everybody, and that's going to be forwarded by all the switches here. All right, the frame will not be forwarded to host A. That's not true. The frame will be forwarded to host B. Very true. Frame will be forwarded out suite. Nope, it's going to go to everybody. The frame will be forwarded out. Yep, and that's true. Okay. A local host user Bob has been created on the switch, and the following output is from the same switch. What do we got? Bob has an IP address on his computer, and he can ping the interface on the switch. SSH is enabled on the VTLI lines, but the user Bob cannot log into the switch via SSH. What could be the problem? What do we got? Yep, that's good. SSH key. Let's go with the local, requires local authentication. Yeah. Okay. In the figure, the 2960 switch has been taken out of the box and cabled. And PC2 can communicate through R1 with the rest of the IP network. However, no configurations have been made, have been added to switch 1 or switch 2. As a result, the network engineer sitting at the management station on the right of R1 cannot ping or telnet S2. Which of the following configurations commands when entered in the correct order on switch 2 allows the network engineer to ping telnet to switch 2 for management solutions here. So what do we got? IP address, yada yada yada. What do we want our IP address to switch 2 to be? That looks good. Default gateway. Yep, it needs an IP default gateway. Give it a no shut. And then interface VLAN 1. All right. Looks good. All right. The exhibit shows configuration commands that sit in a text file. After adding this configuration to a switch, the user will attempt to connect with username Fred and password Hope. Which of the following best describes the accuracy of the configuration for allowing a user attached to subnet 10.1.1.0/24 to SSH to the switch? What do we got? That's good. Good. Crypto. Yep. We got a management VLAN. And login local. The configuration login local. Yep. Needed. Which command will generate an SSH encryption key? So that's crypto key generate RSA. All right. No. All right, it's right there. RSA. Crypto key generate RSA. An engineer's logs into a device to perform some troubleshooting. The engineer expects to need to repeat many of the commands, so he wants to ensure that the device remembers the commands in the device history buffer for easy recall. Which command would be used to ensure this behavior? So what do we got? Right there on enable and in configuration mode. Okay. All right. Which answer encrypts the password that will be required of a user after they type in the enable exec command? So the enable secret encrypts that password. The enable secret. Yep. As an administrator, you decide to change the password periodically on a switch. You enter the following command: enable password blah blah All right, the next time you telnet to the switch, you are prompted for the password, but Bubba is not accepted. Why? Because it wasn't committed to the BT Live lines, right? Yep. Which two of the following actions provide the best security for accessing best security for accessing the router in privilege mode remotely? So remotely, so we have the configure the enable command and enable SSH using the transport input. Nope, we don't want that one. Enable SSH by disabling telnet and accessing it using transport input SSH. There we go. There we go. All right, further diagram. Both switches are Cisco switches. What would be the state, speed, and duplex of the links referred to referenced on the switch on SW1? So what do we got? No longer auto. So S2 is no longer using auto negotiate because a administrator has administratively configured it for speed and duplex purposes. So this would still be up and using 1000 full. Further the diagram of auto negotiate and the speed and duplex between host B and host A and the switch failed. So it failed, so it's going to use the lowest possible and half duplex. Okay, what would be the resulting assuming sense failure and duplex? Okay, so it'd be 10 and half. All right, 10 and half. Yep, 10 and half. All right, refer to the exhibit based on the information shown in the excerpt. What can be said of the configuration? Configuration on gigabit 0-4's interface. Gig 0-4's interface connected half and 100. All right. Somebody configured it to duplex half and speed 100. Yep. Yep. All right. Let me open my window. Ooh, yeah. Freaking hot, man. It's probably freaking freezing outside. It's thinking hot as blazes in here all of a sudden. All right. All right. Refer to the diagram. Assuming auto negotiation is enabled, what would be the resulting speed and duplex of the link between host the switch and host B? So host B, so it'd be 100 full. Okay, assuming auto negotiation. What are common LAN layer 1 problem indicators? So we gotta select 2 answers. So we have collisions, layer 1 problems, and late collisions. Yep. Collisions and late collisions. All right. Part of the diagram in the exit. Which of the options is a potential reason for the interface status shown for the Ethernet interface shown in the figure? So we have one is fast Ethernet. So we have a differences in speed, obviously. So we have mismatch interface speeds. That's one of them. We select that one. And let's take a look at the other one. What was the interfaces? They're both on 0-0, right? 0 to 0. Assuming that they're in the same subnet. And they're down. Okay. Disconnected cable. Sip my water. All right. Refer to the diagram. If auto negotiation of the speed and duplex between host A, between host B, and the switch works, what would be the resulting speed in duplex? Host B, right? Auto negotiate. And the switch worked. So it'd be 100 in full. All right, based on the figure, what Cisco iOS command would be used on switch SW4 to correctly configure switch port 501 to be access port in VLAN 30. Switch 4, access port in VLAN 30. That's switch port access VLAN 30. Enough. All right. Which Cisco iOS command can be used to display which VLANs are supported over specific configured. Which Cisco iOS command can be used to display which VLANs are supported over a specific configured switch trunk? So what are we looking for? So we're looking for show interface trunk. That finds all your trunk that finds your trunk information right there. You're looking for your interfaces that are trunk, pretty much. All right. What is true about the command switch port non-negotiate? Switch port non-negotiate. It is used on routers to prevent VLAN hopping. No, it is connected to a switch that is using dynamic desirable. The neighboring switch will not trunk. This will cause nope. If connected to a switch that is using dynamic desirable, the neighboring switch will not trunk. That's true. All right. We're doing pretty good. We're blasting right through this, guys. In this network, all switches are powered on, and all relevant VLANs have been configured correctly and are working based on the output in the observed. Which of the following statements are true about switch 2? Ooh, gotta get my reading glasses up for this one. So it has 24 fast Ethernet interfaces, 2 gig Ethernet interfaces, 1 virtual interface. And we're missing 2, so we are actually missing 3. So we have 3 trunks. 3 trunks. 3 interfaces are trunking. All right, refer to the exhibit and the diagram to make it possible for all traffic to pass between PC1's local area network and PC2's local area network. The link between SW1 and SW2 will be configured as a trunk. Which Cisco iOS command could be used on switch 1's gigabit Ethernet interface to force it to actively attempt to trunk with switch 2/switch port dynamic desirable. Switch port mode dynamic desirable. Which of the following functions provided by spinning tree protocols? Prevents multiple copies of a single frame being forwarded, prevents MAC table instability, prevents broadcast storms. Good. What is the name of the new RSTP port state that replaces STP disabled and blocking state? So that's discarding. The exit shows a diagram of a small switch network. All switches use layer 2 switching and no layer 3 switching. The diagram identifies the root switch, switch 1, and all root ports designated ports for VLAN 10. All switches have spin and tree mode, rapid PBST command configured. The answer list ports that are neither root nor designated ports. Choose the answers that list the answers that list the RST port roles that are meaningful for this topology. All right. Let's get my pen out of here. So switch choose gigabit backup port. You gotta select 3 answers. Switches 4, 502. Can be a backup port. So we think backup, we think access. When we think alternate, we think it's going towards another switch. So when we think backup, that's going towards like a host. All right, that's like an access. So it's going towards a host, a hub, something like that. But when we think alternate, that's can be potentially a root. All right, so this one's definitely wrong. All right. This one's looking good so far because that's going to the hub. All right. No, that's wrong. Yep, that's right. It can be used because that can be potentially a root port. And that could be potentially a root port. Okay. We're doing good. All right. RSTP serves as an improved protocol in comparison to the older STP. Which of the following answers list the features of RSTP that does not exist in STP? It does not exist. Criteria uses switch port backup rules. Yep. That was just saying that STP does not acknowledge backup or alternate rules, where RSTP acknowledges backup and alternate rules. That's all that question was going after. All right. Assuming that all default STP settings, which of S3 ports will become its root port, and what will be the cost? So switch 3s. So capacity there has a cost of 19, where the gig has a cost of 4. So gig 01 would have a cost of 8. Yeah, cost of 8. All right. In the figure in VLAN 1, all switches have default STP settings, and all trunks are being up and running at 100 megabytes per second. Which statements are true regarding the behavior of STP in the network for VLAN 1 after STP has done its stabilization? So your root STP will create hello. Nope. That one's wrong. So let me get my pen out again. You're wrong. S4 will void hello messages out its 501 cost of 19. This would be in the forwarding state. That's true. No. 501 would be root port. This one's right. This would be root port, not designated port. Switch 4. I know this one's wrong. So it's down between these two. Oh, you're looking at electronics. Are those the ones? Yeah, the sit and stand ones. They are super expensive, man. They're super neat, but way expensive, dude. I was looking at those when I was building this actual office that I'm in now, for what I wanted my desk to be. I actually made my desk out of an old. After looking at some of the prices, I actually made my the desk that everything's on now. I made it out of an old futon that I had that was sitting in our little extra bedroom that we stuff all of our stuff in, and I had chopped it up and made a desk out of an old futon. But it's actually I built it on so it's on the wall. It's bracketed on the wall. It's pretty neat. But yeah, those things are super nice. I eventually I've always wanted one because I like standing up while I'm doing work. That's why I'm kind of like standing up now. And obviously when you have the moments where you just want to sit down and chillax for a little bit while you're doing work. But it's sit, stand, desk, super neat, super awesome. But they are expensive though, super expensive. I think what are they asking like on average? What is it like? I mean, I think when I was looking on, they were averaging like three to like $500 on average between that range right there. What's up, ABC Win? How we doing, my friend? Woo woo! ABC Win. We're doing a big review. I finally made it out of. Finally got through all of book 1. Finally got through all of book 1. So we're doing a big Ron the Pearson test product today. And I'm doing a 200 question review quiz pretty much on all of book 1 before we move into thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, ABC Glenn. It's 1,000 Canadian pesos. I love that. 1,000 Canadian pesos. Man, $1,000 for a sit-stand desk. That's expensive. That's expensive. Holy guacamole. Holy guacamole. Yeah, I don't know. See, that's like a tough call. I don't know if a desk would be really worth. I mean, what is it? Would you say 72 by 29? That's a pretty sizely desk, though. I mean, shoot, 72 inches. That's 5. Is that 5? Is that 5 feet? Yeah, it's 5 feet, right? 5 feet by 29. So I mean, you have plenty. That's a lot of room. Yeah, it's, I mean, plenty of room. You can mount. You can have your desktop on there, and $1,000. Oof, oof. That's a 6 foot. Oh, 6 foot, 72. There you go, 6 foot. That is a big desk. That is a pretty big desk. Holy moly. Yeah, I don't know if that's worth $1,000 though. I mean, if you have to swing it, swing it. But I ain't swinging that. All right. All right. I'm gonna go with. See, that would be root. No, that would be root. That would be root. Let's go with these two right there. See what happens. All right, we're good. All right. An STP topology has 3 switches. 3 switches has 1 link between each pair of switches. Which answer best describes? Yeah, you know what to do. Whisper it to me, Gamer Golf. Whisper it to me, and then I'll post it in the chat. All right. That's the best way. That's the best way that I could do it. Just because I don't want to, because it won't. I can't even allow. It won't allow me to do it. Yep, there you go. Cool. There you go. Oh. That's your current setup right there. Yeah, you know what, dude? Let me open that. Nice. That's a pretty nice setup we got right there, man. Is that one of those is that one of those is that one of like those curved monitors there? I need to get another 32-inch curved monitor. Yeah, that is nice, dude. That is nice. I was looking at one of those. See, that's what I need. I need to get another monitor because right now I have what size is this? I don't even know what size it is. Let me see. I have the box over there still. I think my main monitor is like I think it's like a 20, I don't know, 28. To the 28. It's a nice monitor. I think it's a 28-inch, but my only other monitor I have is a small 7-inch monitor. That's what because I had bought it originally just for my Raspberry Pi that I was doing some stuff on. But I haven't got another like full-size monitor yet. And it's like trying to do the streaming and trying to use 2 monitors at the same time. I hooked up the 7-inch one. It's nice. I did have it mounted right here. This is where I have my my desktop right here. I did have it right here for a little bit, but when I do a lot of the other stuff, I'm sitting at my desk for a little bit. But yeah, that is a super nice monitor. But I can see what you're saying though. It's a nice setup though. I mean, is that a baseball? Is that a baseball collection? Are you a fan of baseball? Let me see it. Did I have any pictures of my setup? I don't know. My setup's kind of like funky. Oh, those are golf balls. Oh, snap, you're a golfer. See, I just, what was it? A couple years ago, I had the opportunity to do some golfing with the corporation I was working for. And I actually, it was the first time I ever golfed, and I kind of like fell in love with golf just because it is a fun sport, man. And I could see why people get into golf because it is fun. There's just something about being out there on the field, smelling the smell of fresh cut grass, and just being out in that openness and just having fun and just swinging at balls and stuff like that. Obviously, the drinking of numerous amounts of beer help as well too with golf. Yeah, golf is a fun sport. Golf is definitely fun. I can definitely see why people get into golf. Um, all right, an SDP topology has three switches. Three switches has one link between each pair of switches. Which answer best describes the primary decision point as to which non-root switch has a designated port on the links between the switch and which does not? The switches with the lowest cost becomes designated, and the other switch would be blocking. That one's right. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Wrong. Okay. Which span and tree mode are IEEE standards? IEEE. So multiple spanning tree protocol, STP, and RSTP. Refer to the exhibit. Which statements are true about the input shown? Which statements are true about the input shown? Ethernet, port channel, yada, 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 yada. So they're using LACP as the protocol for this Ethernet channel group. Passive and active. Security disabled. So we got to select three answers. Let's kind of walk through this. Port channel and through is not operational. No, the link is operational. It's using LACP. Should be considered with active. All right. Cool. All right. When you are configuring Ethernet channels, Ethernet channel between two switches, what are the two channel group modes that can be configured if one end is using PAGBA. So that's auto and desirable. So LACP is active and passive. PAGP is auto and desirable. PAGP, that's Cisco proprietary, and LACP is pretty much everybody la-di-da-di. Cisco can also uses LACP as well, but PAGP is Cisco proprietary. All right. When configuring interfaces to be part of the same Ethernet channel, which of the following should you configure identically? When configuring a interface to be part of the same Ethernet channel, which of the following should you configure identically? Choose four answers. Speed, we know speed, duplex, all ports must be access ports, and all ports must be VLANs. All right. What is, I love this one. 32, 768. I can't ever forget this one now. What was it? I actually figured what this was. This is 2 to the power of 15. Right? Yeah, it's 2 to the power of 15. That's how I figured. That's how I remember it now. So, if you think in hex starts at 0. I think that has to do with why this is 2 to the power of 15. I think. The exhibit list output from a switch, which 2 statements are true? The switch list output, which of the 2? Okay. So the root ID is definitely lower than the default. This bridge is root. And they're all in the forwarding state. All designated ports are in the forwarding state, yep. The bridge priority is lower than the default, yep. 2 switches are connected by 4 Ethernet trunks. 4 VLANs exist with members in each VLAN on each of the 2 switches. The network engineer would like to have the switches treat all four trunks as a single 400 megabytes per second trunk, with some traffic being forwarded over each link between the switches. Which of the following statements are true of each configuration? All right. The show span tree command will list the combined links as the abbreviation of PO, port channel. Yeah, that's kind of true. The 4 trunks will be placed in the 4 trunks can be placed into the same Ethernet channel to achieve this goal. Yep. That's wrong. That's wrong. Okay. So we'll go with the first 2. Good. All right. The size of the subnet. All right, we're getting to subnet stuff. Woo! My brain's gonna hurt now. All right. The size of the subnet is calculated with the formula 2 raised to the h minus 2. Why are 2 hosts subtracted from this possible size? That's to reserve for the subnet ID and the default gateway. Not default gateway, the broadcast address. One host address is reserved for the default. No. Nope, not for DHCP. So one address is reserved for the subnet number, and the other reserved for the subnet broadcast address. Yep. All right. If subnetting a Class B network 172.18 using subnet mask 255.240 all subnets for all subnets, which answer list an address in the second subnet? So in the second subnet, maybe get into beautiful subnetting now. Still got to write subnetting stuff down. It still hurts my brain a little bit. So we got 16. So we're going up by 0, 16, 2. So second subnet, right? We're going on to it's only asking for the second subnet, right? Yeah. 15, 1. Which answers list address? Which answers list an address in the second subnet? 16, 31. Right. Which of the following addresses could be used as private IP addresses? Private. No. So the following could be used as private IP addresses. This one. An engineer at the Acme Corporation has been tasked with subnetting, with the subnetting design for new headquarters locations. The only information she was given is to show it here. Use the 172 yada 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 address space, which plans plan for 400 different subnets of the same size, and plan for at least 50 hosts. So 400 subnets of the same size and 50 hosts. All right. Powers of 2 again. I really got to get my powers of 2 down pretty good. Powers of 2 are awful right now, guys. All right, so we got 2 to the 6th for host. 2 to the 6th for host. And let's find the subnets now. So 2 to the 9th. So we got 2 to the 6th and 2 to the 9th. For subnets. Okay. Got those 2. That won't work. 2 to the 6th, 10 of the thing. Yep, that would work. And that would work. Okay. For which reason was the RFC 1918 address space defined? To preserve, to reduce. Select those 2. All right. Which 2 options are true about IP addressing rule? Addresses in different subnets do not need to be separated. Nope, that's false. Addresses in the same subnet need to be. Nope. Addresses in different subnets need to be separated by a router. Yep. Addresses in the same subnet do not need to be separated by a router. All right, that's true. All right. Let's keep it moving. How many usable hosts are there per subnet if the address 192.168.0 with the host mask, yada yada yada. It's 14, right? It's 14. Let me just double check my math here. I believe it's 14. I believe it's always 14, but let me just double check my math just to make sure, guys. Yeah, it's 14. What am I doing? 14. I don't even need to figure that out. 14. Because you got to minus, because if you think 240, so that gives you 16. Minus 2, that gives you 14. Yeah. You know why I had to think about that. All right. An engineer at the Acme Corporation was tasked with submitting design for the new branch location. The only information the engineer was given is shown here. All right, so we're looking for 12 and 5. 12 and 5. So to the 4th. And then 2 to the 3rd, right? Yeah, because 2 to the 2nd is 4. So 2 to the 4th and 2 to the 3rd. That won't work. That'll work. All right. Which portion of the address is the network portion? Which portion of the 192 is the network portion? because it's a Class C network. Yep. Class C network. So the first 3 octets. All right. Which option correctly lists the address covered by the identical address class? Which option correctly lists the address covered by the the indicated address class? Right. That's wrong. That one's right. If subnetting network 192.124.10.0 with mask /29 for all subnets, what is the subnet broadcast address of the 5th subnet? Ooh, okay. Let's do some subnetting real quick, guys, just so we can get the right answer. I don't want to be wrong on this one because it makes me feel really dumb. So /29. So /29, that'll give me 255, 255, 255, and 225, 22 /29 will get me 240. All right, 256, 8. So we got 8. Yep, so 8. So if our address is 192.224.10.0, we have 0, 8, 8, 16, 16. Plus 8, 16 plus 8 is 24, 32, 32, 40, right, 5, 40, right, yep, okay, so 7, 15, 3, 1, 39. So it'd be 39. All right, we're going pretty good. Giving a mask 225, 225, 225. Which of the following statements are true? This is not the default class. That is the default class. We're going to select 2. There could be 250 more possible hosts on this subnet with this mask. This is not the default for class A. That's true. Class B network had this mask. Up to 254 possible subnets could be created. No, more than that. Thinking. Class B. Oh man, why is this doing it? I had to think about that for a second. All right, which of the following is true about the classful address 128.44 2.2? This is a valid. It's not a class A. Yeah, because it's a class B. It's a class B network. That's class B network. All right. What are the default masks for each network class? Wrong. Yeah, that one's right. All right. Which of the following IP/mask combinations, if configured on network router, would create a connected route for an entire classful network instead of a route for a subnet class? What would create a connected route for an entire classful network? Right here. Right there. Not that one, not that one. Oh, no. Okay. All right. What is the class A network ID of the host shown on the single LAN? That's 10. All right. We're doing pretty good. 90 questions in so far, guys. We're doing good. All right. When looking at the address using classless addressing rules, how do you know the length of the prefix? Looking at an address using classless, how do you know the length of the prefix? By looking at the number of host bits. By looking at the the amount of bits that are binary 1 in the mask. Given the prefix length 29, what would be the correct DDN? So I'm just gonna go over how I get to this. So if we do our table out again, so we got 128, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2 and 0, right? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. All right. So if we need to get to 229, so we can automatically already think. So we got to write out. We can already automatically think we have 29, 29 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 24. So we're at 24 so far, and then 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So 29. So 1, 2, 3. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and then it's just a simple addition of all these pretty much together. So we got, what do we got? 128. 128 plus 64 plus 32 plus 16 That's 8. That gives us 248. All right, so that's how we find the dotted decimal number. So it'd be 225, 225, because remember, because eight binary bits is 225, so 225, 225, 225, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 binary bits would be 248. And this is how we do we write this log down to 28, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, and 0. We write that down. That's how, remember, when we're doing masks, we go from left to right instead of right to left. We go from left to right instead. All right, that's how we find that out. So 248. What is the prefix notation for the dotted decimal mass 252? So again, we can erase this. So 252. So if we want 252, let's just get our calculator out again. Erase this. So 128 plus 64 plus 32 plus 16 plus 8 plus 4. All right, so there's our 252. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0, 0.0000000. Okay, and that's what gets us to 252. All right, right there. So this would be a slash. So all we have to do is count the numbers now that we have. So we have 8, 16, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So this would be the slash 22 prefix right here, because we have 22 binary ones right here, and that's how we find that right there. All right. All right. An engineer first confirms that a router's interface far 0 is up and working. He confirms that the interface with the IP address 10.101.101.101 with the mass 255.255.255.128 command. The engineer leaves configuration mode and issues the show IP route command. Which of the following mass would be listed in the output describes the connected route that exists as the resulting address. So 128. So if he issues the 128, so that'd be the slash 25, the 128, because that's only the one. Doing good. How many bits are used for subnetting in a subnet based on the sample IP address here? How many bits are used for subnetting? All right, so we got to take into account this is a how many bits are used for subnetting. This is a Class B network here, right? Class B network. No, it's a Class A network. It's a Class A network. So 9 bits. 9 bits. Right, yeah, it's 9 bits. So how I'm figuring that one out is since this is a Class A network, I'm taking into account the 8. So in the octets here, so we got 255, 255, 128.0. All right, and given the addresses being a Class A network, so the 125.168.32.99. Given it, it's the class full addressing. The 125 is network. All right. So that would engulf that pretty much, and then what is being subnetting is this right here in this network. So this is subnet right here. Okay. So this is 8 bits plus 1 bit. 9 bits are being used for subnetting. 9 bits. At least that's what I think it should be. All right, we were right. So 9 bits. All right. All right. Let me just grab a sip of water, guys. A customer support rep at the help desk is working a problem. The problem record mentions address 172.16.1.1 in a mask of 255.255.254.0 at lunch. At lunch, at a lunch and learn session yesterday, the rep heard the network engineers and team say that they avoided variable length subnet mask and used a single subnet mask for the network 172.16.0.0. Which of the following answers is accurate regarding the implementation of the 172.16.0.0 subnet plan? All right. So if we look at what we got here, write this one out real quick, guys. All right. So we have the network 172.16.0.0 network, okay? We have this many, so we have 16 network bits, okay? And they're implementing the 254, so 254, wait, this is a 1, not a 0. So 254 would be 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So it'd be 7 subnet bits. Okay, so 7 subnet bits. And then with the remaining 9 host bits. So subnet bits and then host bits. Okay. Right? Let me just get my calculator out real quick. So 2 to the 7th. $128 subnets. And then 2 to the 9th. Host. Host. Okay. So we have 128 subnets and 512 hosts. This one is another one that gets me. That would be wrong. Each subnet can't support 510 hosts. You got the founder's badge. Because you were my first sub, that's why. And you were my first gifter. Why do I want to say it's 512 subnets for some reason? I don't know what that is. Let's look at this problem again. What am I missing here about this problem? I mean, all in all, so if we had the 172 network, without thinking about that mask for a second, that would leave us with 16 possible subnets, right? No, 16 bits for subnet. Yeah, which is exorbitant. But I guess if we look at it this way, if we take an account, so this is where I'm getting hung up. I guess if we take an account that this is part, if we take an account that the 254 here is part of the network bits, right? if we take into account then this, instead of that being host, that would be subnet. And if that's subnet, that gives us, instead of host, that would be subnet. Okay, let's go with 512. Let's go with that. And I guess I could see that logic in that. And I'm wrong. I was totally wrong on that one. I was right. I was right in the first. Mother effer. I should have just gone with my gut. I was right. All right. Maybe I'm wrong like that. All right, and the figure shows a internetwork with the IP address and default gateway in some devices. Man, I hate that. That one really bugged me, man. I'm gonna be hung up on that one now. The address has been configured on the router, and the PCs have been configured using the same subnet mask as the router on the LANs. A router protocol has been enabled. Both routers have learned all routes known by all other routers. Which of the following statements are true about the behavior of the IP in this network? Okay, a new PC added to R1 could be the 255. Let's just do this real quick. What do we got? 255, 23. That would be 252, right? Yeah, it's 252. No, 254. 254. 4 0. Oh, what? Yeah, 0, right? Right. 16, 23. Yeah. Okay. And then 10, 4, 4. 0, so 56, 4, increments of 2. So this is 10, 4, 2, 0, 2, 4, 6, 6, 5, 10, 4, 5. 5. So that one's wrong. That one's right. That's a valid IP address. Yep. Okay. All right. With IP addresses, which IP address could be used for a host in subnet? /29. So 2 enters. Let's find that real quick. Ooh, my bad. So 25, 25, 25, and then 29. 29 is let's see, 5, 6, 27, 28, 29, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that is 2. $55 minus 7, 8. 48, 6, 8. It's 8, right? Yep. 0, 8. And what is our 151, 192, 8, 48. So that's going up to 8, 48. Then past 48, 16, so 56, 55, 151, 2, 8. That would be the broadcast. Okay, so what would be 2 IP addresses in this? So it's 4 and 50. All right. The diagram shows a small network with three LANs, VLANs. The network engineer needs to assign an IP address to the host to allow them to communicate with each network. Which 2 of the following answers accurately describe the requirement for addressing in the small network? Say that again. Needs to assign IP addresses to the host to allow them to communicate with each other. Which 2 of the following answers accurately describes the requirement for addressing in this small network? If PC32's IP address is yada yada yada, you gotta select 2 answers. That's wrong. PC31's IP address must be in a different subnet is PC32. Yep, that's right. No. I gotta say this one, right. Okay, we're just gonna go with those 2 because we just out of a process of elimination out of that one. Which of the following IP address could be assigned to a host? So this is a question of what is not an actual. Let's do this real quick. Instead of guessing on this one, I think I've guessed a couple times on this one. I've miraculously got it right. So we have and that's 28. So 28 is 40. It's going to 16 bits, right? 15, 16, 32, 48. Calculator real quick. Which my handy schmandy calculators. There it is. So 3 divided by 16 equals 8. 8 times 16 equals 128. 8. 7. Right, and then plus 16. 44. 43. All right, so the first one's right. First one could be assigned to a host. And then the next one is a /30. That's a 30 mask. So a 30 mask is what, 2. I don't think this one's good. We'll see. What do we got? 11, right? So that's going up in increments of 6, 4, 4, 8, 12, 11. Nope, so that's wrong because that's a broadcast. That's a broadcast address. And then the next one is 27. So 27 is 224, 224, 256 minus 224. And we got 2 and 3, so 32, so 32, 64. What do we got? 67. 67. What's the next one? 32, 64, 90, 96, 96, 95, 63. All right. So that's actually a valid IP address. So that one, 127, that's an actual valid IP address. The 127 can't be used. Let me just look at the next one. So 26, that gives us 92. 92, so we got 4, 15, 64, 64, 28, 128, 64 plus 128, 64 with 128. Your arithmetic's awful. 128 plus 64. 2 be 191. So let's go with the last one. Because there's another, it's a valid address too. Oh, it was only select one answer. Epic. Epic. Ah, man, that's a bummer. All right. To which subnet does host yada 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 belong to? Man, that was a failure on my part. So 129, that gives us 252, right? 250, 248. 6, 48. So we're going up in increments of 8. What's our address? 192.168. 48. 6. So we've got 8 times 9 is 6. Right? So 2. 80, so 72, 80, 79. So here, no, 79. No, 71. All right. 72. 72. The figure shows an internet network with IP addresses and default gateways. On some devices, address has been configured on the router, and the PCs have been configured using the same subnet mask as the routers on the LANs. A router's protocol has been enabled on both routers. Have learned all the routes known by the other routers. Which of the following statements are true about the behavior of the IP network? It's like 2 answers. Right. Let's just do some quick subnetting. Quick. So /27. That gets us /27 gets us 224, 6, 4. Gets us, let me see, 32, 64, 64, 6, 96, right? All right, so if the router, yeah, so, no, PC1, yeah, so PC1 is in a different subnet as its thingy. Okay. All right, which of the following IP addresses could be assigned to a host? Which of the following could be assigned to a host? There's another one of those crazy ones. Oh man, I know it's not this one. Select 2. Work this out real quick. These ones are not easy. They're just not easy to look at. How's that? So we got, first one is 128 plus 64. 12, 1, 3, 9, 192, 192. So 126, 2, 4, 6, so 64, 64, 128, 128, and 192. Right, it's 192. And you are 214, 76. You fall in between that and that, so you're good. First one should be good. Okay, first one's good. Second one I know is wrong. And 28. So what do we got? 5, 6, 7, 28. So 92, 32, 16, 2, 2, 4, 4, 10, 1, 10, 10, 14, 240, 240, 6, 240, 6, 1, we got 16, so 16, 32, 16, 32, 8. What is our, that goes all the way up to 2, 23, so 232, 16, 232, 16, 14, 16, that's 224, 224, plus 16, goes to 40, 239. So, but is that out of our address range? All right, so that one can't be used because that's a Class D network. Can't assign a Class D network. I don't even know why I did that. Can't assign a Class D network. So we can't do the 225. So the last two are on the docket. Let's figure those out real quick. I don't know why I just wasted my time with that one. 2224. We got 2 for 5 like that. Okay. Yeah, so that one's good. Let's go with this one. Alright. I had a feeling that one was right. What's up? Hey, thank you for that gifted sub the other day. I appreciate that. Code BGP. How we doing, my friend? Oh, Gamer Golf, you have a good night, my friend. Yeah, not me. My simple arithmetic is all kinds of crazy. Gamer Golf, you take care, my brother. Thank you for hanging out with me today, man. I appreciate that. The figure shows the subnet one back one. Yeah, I wish I can do that in my head. I'm not that good yet. I'm not that good yet. I'm getting there, just not yet. Right? I hope so. That's why I keep doing this over and over again. The figure shows addressing for all devices that are in a small lab network. PC1 can ping PC3. Which one of the following statements accurately describes the allowed space for the IP address design? PC1 can ping PC3. Select the two answers here. R1 subnet supports R1's local area subnet supports 600 hosts. With two IP addresses assigned to yada yada yada. The R1's LAN supports 300 hosts. The subnets used and links. Nope. So that one's wrong. with 2 IPs assigned. Yeah, all these subnetting questions always make my head hurt. That's the reason why they keep giving them to me. All right. So what do we got? We got /23. So that's 254. 54. And what is our address? 10, 4, 4, 200. 4, whatever, don't matter. All right. So we have, how many hosts can we fit now into that? So we have 2 to the power 9, right? 2 to the power 9. That one. Something like that. Okay, so yeah. 256. Yeah, we can go up. So pretty much we can go from 2 to 4. So 2, 4, all the way to 5, right? So broadcast with this. Yeah. Right? Right. 5, 255. Yeah, so we have way more than we needed for that. So that one's right. And then our next one. No. And the /28 with 2 IPs assigned. Let's figure that one out real quick. That's the /28 mask. So /28, 25, 26, 27, 28. All right, so that gives us 128 plus 64, 32, 16. So 8, 12, 10, so 2, 6, 4, 4, 4, 10, 10, 4. Yeah, okay, sure. I'm a hot mess right now. 28. That gives the /240. Yeah, 240. Okay. So what do we got? Yeah, so that gives me 156 minus 240. Gives me 16. That's 16. Yeah, 16. So with 2 IP addresses assigned. Yeah, so if we deduct that, that'd be 12. That was for 12. All right, cool. What is the broadcast address for the subnet that hosts the belongs to? Okay, let's figure that out real quick. So 254. Close my marker. All right. It's killing me to have to tell you the answers. Don't tell me the answers. All right, so we have 56, 240. Going up by increments of 2 here. So the what would be the broadcast address for that? So we have oh wait, this is back. 0. Subnet broadcast would be 121. Right? No, it'd be 119. Be 119. Yeah, so if we show the pattern, so it'd be pretty much 2 all the way to 118. So 118 would be next be 120 minus 1 would be 119. And then the broadcast address would be whatever 172, 22, 119, 255 would be the broadcast address. No, the broadcast address. 255, not 254. That'd be a possible. That's the last host, not the broadcast. The last host would be 254. The broadcast is 255. It was asking for the broadcast. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. How you been, man? You been pretty good? Did you ever figure out what you wanted to do? Refer to the diagram and exhibit based on the information displayed. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, so you just go up 2. So it'd be plus 2. To get you to 120 minus the 1, get you to 119 for the broadcast. All right, yeah, so you're right. Not yet. Take it, I mean, you got all the time in the world, I guess, to figure out what you want to do with that. But dude, that's super interesting. Just, it'd be super neat for you to do, man. I think you would like it. I think you would really like it. Refer to the diagram of the exhibit based on the information displayed. What is the cause of the issue? Oh boy. Oh boy. What do we got? Channel mode, synchronize the serial. Clocks, I think, are messed up on 1. Yeah, these ones are awful. No configured interface clock rate. Yeah, should be the clock rate. All right. All right. You are troubleshooting connectivity issues with router. You type in the command to show IP interface brief. You notice that the status is administrative down and protocol is down. What is the meaning of the interface? The interface has been shut down. Command configured. Refer to the diagram. Which cabling type are used? So it's always so. Even though these look like Ethernet connections, these are serial connections. It's still serial cable. The exhibit shows the output of the show IP. Yeah, that's what it was. It was the clocks. Yeah. The exhibit shows an output of the show IP interface brief command on router R1. All interfaces listed in the exhibit show working under normal conditions and have worked in the past. Which of the following is the most likely conditions that would cause the output of the show command? Here's another one of these crazy ones. Okay, up, down. So the protocol is down on fast Ethernet 1. Serial link is actually shut down. The other serial link is down, down. The other one is down, up, down. Administratively down. No, serial 100 is down, down. So it's not this one. It's immediately shut down. That's not a big deal. The switchboard can shut down the switch. Which one was that asking about? 501. Down. Let's go with the protocol differences on DDoS migration. Ooh, that sounds like fun. All right, I'll see you in a little bit, Code. Thank you for stopping by too, by the way, man. I appreciate that. Which type of router port is commonly used to connect to an external modem so that engineers can remotely access it? So that's auxiliary. Of these Cisco IOS commands that are typically used to view interface IP information, which are the following? Which one shows only the address but not the mask information? Which command? Mitigation. Mitigation? Mitigation? Oh, mitigation. Mitigation, not mitigate. I gotcha. Mitigation. That sounds like a fun paper to write, though, nonetheless. Which command would you enter to add an IP address to a router's interface? This one. Refer to the exhibit and the diagram. Which static route statement could you add to the central router to ensure that the default route always exists in the routing table regardless of the interface? So refer to the exhibit. Which static route statement could be used to add the central router? Central routers ensure default route always exists. So that's that one. That's one. All right, refer to the exhibit in the figure. A branch office is going to be using an Ethernet WAN link as a primary WAN link with a serial point-to-point link as a backup. The design uses OSPF over Ethernet WAN link. What command enables you to configure a floating static route on the branch router to the 200 network should the primary link fail? So we want to get to this network over here. All right, and we want to use the backup. That is off the serial 1. So it's the 150. OSPF, so we want to give it a floating cost. We want to give it the administrative cost of 130. Administrative cost of 130. Okay. Refer to the diagram. Oh yeah, we're at 114. We're doing pretty good. Refer to the diagram. Which static route statement on R1 would be configured to ensure that all normal device traffic going to the yada 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 network would be routed via the primary path, and all traffic going to server A would be routed on the high priority. So IP route. Okay. Doing pretty good. All right, PC1 just powered on, and has not set any frames into the network. PC1 has a statically configured IP address and default gateway. Is configured as the router's 500 interface. PC1 sends a ping to 172.16.0.33 and gets a reply. What dynamic ARP entry should appear in the ARP cache? So it would be on the router's ARP table. Okay. In the internet work shown in the diagram, R1 is the central site router, and R2 is the typically remote office router. The network manager dictates that the remote router should all use the default route to forward packets back to the central site, while the central site router should use the static route to forward packets to each remote local area network subnet. Also, as soon as the network engineer has correctly implemented the design, you connect to R1 and R2 using Telnet and issue the show IP route command on each router. Which of the following answers list the output shows in the router? Show R1 dictates that the remote site should use the default route to forward packets. The default route to forward packets. All right. And R2 forward packets there are the central site, while the central site should use the static route to forward packet. So R2 should use the static route. I'm not reading this right again. Oh, yeah, because I'm not reading it right. So R2, all right, that's that one. And then R1, that one right there. Okay. Wasn't reading that one right for a second. Host B issues a ping command to ping host D's IP address. The ping command succeeds. Which of the following statements is true regarding the ICMP echo request message sent by host B? The frame holding the packet. Hold on. Let's read this again. So host B wants to ping host D. Okay. So what's some of the traffic we have to go through? So we're going up through these two switches over to the router. All right. Over this channel here. Into this router. Out. Down. Okay. So we have kind of like a trajectory of how our traffic's going to be played out here. All right. The frame holding the packet as across the cable between R1 and the loop has the destination MAC address of R2 serial MAC address. Nope. The frame holding the packet as it crossed the cable between R2 and R3 has the host B's MAC address as the source. Nope. The frame holding the packet as it crossed the cable between switch 1 and R1 has the destination MAC address of R1. Frame holding the packet as it crossed the cable between switch 2 and switch 1. Destination MAC, no. The frame holding the packet as it crossed the cable between. So this one's right. And this one. All right. What is the purpose of configuring multiple switch virtual interfaces on a layer 3 switch? Providing to provide routing between subnets residing on the local VLANs. Which Cisco iOS command can be used on a router to view the different VLANs that has been configured as the router on a stick configuration? So that is the show VLANs command. Referred to the diagram in the exhibit, an engineer is checking the work of a coworker who is responsible for developing a router on a stick configuration on R1. Which options are true of the potential configuration on R1? And let's take a look. That's wrong. That one's wrong. I'll tell you that much. And that's wrong. All right. So the interfacing Yes, the VLANs for 30 and 40 are reversed. That doesn't make no. And the physical interface has a command that is invalid. Cool. When you are configuring route ports on a layer 3 switch, what do the physical interfaces act as? They act as layer 3 interfaces. Which 2 steps must you perform to enable router on a stick on a router sub interface? Configure IP address and then no. Which Cisco iOS command is used on a 2960 switch to change the switch forwarding ASIC setting to match the space for IPv4 routing? So that is the SMD prefer LAN-based routing. Which of the answers listed in the configuration steps on a Cisco access switch to support IP routing using only switch virtual interfaces? Select 3 answers. They need to be configured with an IP address. Switch is enabled for IP routing. Oh. Can't believe we got that one wrong. All right, refer to the diagram. Which Cisco iOS command would be configured on R1's gig, yada yada yada, that handles non-RF. So that'd be encapsulation.1q 300 native. How many seconds Cisco iOS command waits for a reply? So it's 2 seconds. Which protocol is used by Cisco iOS version of the traceroute command for outbound messages? UDP, right? Yeah. UDP. Refer to the diagram. An engineer issues the ping 192.168.3.100 command from R1, and the ping was successful. Are there any routes that would not be verified as working by the ping? So R1 pinged R3, PC2. Are there any routes that would not be verified as working by a successful ping? Yes, the route between PC1 and its gateway. Are there any routes that would not be verified by the working paint? That one. That one. Okay. What are the ICMP error messages that traceroute triggers from the routers when it is generating packets? Time to live exceeded. What are the two ICMP messages used by the ping command? What are two ICMP messages used by the ping command? Echo request and replies. Which of the following troubleshooting tools can you use to help resolve connectivity issues? Ping and trace route. I'll select three answers. I guess I'll say. Which of the following troubleshooting tools can you use to help resolve connectivity issues? Refer to the exhibit. What is the common cause of the behavior shown in the exhibit? Let's take a look. What do we got? All right, so we just dropped the first one. So ARP entry and entry missing. Which answer correctly describes the function and use of OSPF database descriptors, the DD messages? Which answer correctly describes the function? All right, so used after formatting a neighborship relationship and after the link state update messages to exchange a list of identifying known LSAs. Used after. All right, so used after a neighboring relationship, but before any LSA messages. Yep. All right, we're doing pretty good. All right, refer to the topology. All the Ethernet links have been manually assigned an OSPF cost of 4. Each end of the serial links connect to R3. Set a cost of 15. The entire private network has been configured in a single OSPF era. What is the cost? What is the cost from R1 routing to reach the network? 10.45. So what do we got? So it's a cost of 4 here. 15. Then 4. So 19.23. Okay. Two internal OSPF routers connect to the same local area network-based subnet, with R1 acting as DR and R2 acting as BDR. What LSAs will R1 create and flood that R2 doesn't? So 2 types. Oh, I thought it said select 2 answers. Man, I'm starting to see things now, I guess. All right, which LSAs describe the topology inside of an OSPF area? What types of routes will a router add to its IP routing table if the router does not use a routing protocol? So connected, static. Ah, not reading things now. Going too fast again. Ah, I don't know what I'm doing. Which OSPF? I gotta just slow down. Which OSPF message type is used to actually send the LSAs between neighbors? So that's link state updates. OSPF enable routers send hello packets using the multicast address 224.0.0.5. OSPF utilizes blank to organize information, LSAs. A router's configuration uses the default reference bandwidth setting and also uses OFBS cost defaults as calculated by the router. Analyzing the exhibit output interface 01, which answer lists the approximate interface bandwidth of that interface. 64. That's all I can do. Just caking it hard right now. All right. Refer to the exhibit. Which options are true about the OSPF configuration? Where the BDR. Come on, work, mouse. Whoa, what are you doing, mouse? Oh, epic fail, dude. In absence of direct cost being configured for OSPF interface and using the default reference OSPF bandwidth, what is the OSPF cost for a fast Ethernet interface operating So that's one. For the exhibit, after some troubleshooting, you notice that the host 192.168.0.2 network cannot connect to any network resources, but are able to ping the default gateway according to the configuration. What is true? I'm on mouse. Come back. The list of network commands does not match the processor interface. According to configuration, what is the issue? Well, it doesn't have the 192.168. Let's keep it rolling. Review the topology. All subnet exists in OSPF area 1. Which command, if issued by R3, would show all the LSAs known by R? With command, if issued R3, what shows all the LSAs? Database. Which of the following rules does an OSPF router follow with regards to the selection of router IDs when the OSPF process starts? Which of the following rules does an OSPF router follow with regards to selection of a router ID when the OSPF process starts? Okay, select three answers. If no IP is created, the default router ID is the loopback address. The highest IP on a non-loopback interface is the last choice. Yes. Administrative configured router ID is the first choice. In the absence of a specified router ID, the highest IP on the loopback is used. Let's go with those three. All right, doing pretty good. All right, refer to the exhibit. What is the route that is shown on R1 to reach the internet? So R1, I want to reach the internet. So it's pretty much engulfing everything right there. Just this is the almighty OSPF static route for everything, pretty much. And R3 is advertising the 192.0.2.1 address. For the exhibit, what is the route that is shown on R1 to reach the internet? What route? What is the route that is showing I want to reach the internet? I have no idea. I'm taking a guess here. Yeah, alright. It would have been the next hop router. Right, I'm dumb. I'm an idiot. Alright, what is now configured with the router ID command? What is the next option? If not configured with a router ID command, what is the next option a Cisco router uses to choose an OSPF router ID? Uses the IP address of of active non-loopback interfaces with the highest IP number, ID number. IP address of an active non-loopback interface with the highest IP address. Uses the IP address of an active loopback interface with the highest IP address. For the exhibit, what is in which area would R1's gig 00 be placed? Where would it be placed? Six, right? Huh. I think I gotta go back and take a look at OSPF and some stuff. Which option do not prevent directly connected OSPF speakers from becoming neighbors? Which options do not prevent directly connected OSPF speakers from becoming neighbors? Process ID mismatch. Given the output from a working OSPF router, as seen in the exhibit, how many neighboring routers exist? Two. Which OSPF command will display the OSPF network type that a specific interface is used? IP OSPF. All right, what command will configure an OSPF point-to-point network type? Which Cisco iOS command can be used to disable the OSPF process temporarily? Four OSPF routers connect. Four OSPF routers connect to the same LAN in a new election after all routers have been rebooted. Which router wins the DR? I know I messed up on that one. Which of the following is not a solution to the IPv4 shortage problem? Which of these is the correct representation of an IPv6 address? Nope. Two. Nope, not that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Nope, not that one. This one. Which of the following answers? Which of the following answers are valid abbreviations of address? Let's break this out. So we're gonna select two answers. So it would be 2,000 colon 1 colon 2 colon 3 colon 1 2 3 colon 2 2 0 0. That one looks good. That one's wrong. That one's wrong. Host A is in Ethernet VLAN, is in one Ethernet VLAN, needs to communicate using IPv6 to host B, which is in another Ethernet VLAN. Which answer best describes the protocol used by host B to learn layer 2 addressing? None. Which of the following answers are true about the rules of abbreviating IPv6 addressing? Trailing zeros. No, it's leading zeros. Multiple consecutive groups, zeros. One location, yep. No, leading zeros, yep. And IPv6 represents a binary IPv6 address using hex characters. Which of the following binary strings represent C and E? C and E. So I just cheat real quick and look at my calculator. How many subnets can be created from one hex character in an IPv4, an IPv6 address? So 16. If your ISP assigned your prefix, yada yada yada, how many bits do you have to create subnets? You have 8 bits. Which of the following describes the specific address range typically used by the IANA? Which IPv6 address represents a global IPv6 address? Examine the output of the show IPv6 interface brief command shown in the excerpt. What two addresses types are shown? We have link local and unique. Identify the first hex digit in any link local address. 80. Based on the configuration provided below, what would be the assigned link local address? Oh, I'm always getting these ones wrong. All right, guys, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Just go use the bathroom real quick. All right, let's continue on. Doing good. All right, we have about 30 questions left, guys. Come on, we can do this. All right, based on the exhibit, which two solicited Node multicast addresses will the router create? But wrong again. Always wrong. Oh boy, you guys. Which statement is true? This is scaring me for the test, guys. Which which statement is true about the command IPv6 unicast routing? Just because I'm not really paying attention to what I'm doing right now. Given the global unicast address of what would be your solicited noid address? Let me just pay attention to what I'm doing here, guys. So 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Look for the 88th bit. 88th bit. 88th bit. So 1, 2, 4, so 64. So 28. No, that doesn't make sense, right? Yeah. 72. 6. 68. 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here. Okay. Or the 102. 6. 2. So 102nd. Ah, bummer, dude. R1's interface has a MAC address of yada yada yada. What would be the IPv6 address generated by the router if you configured it to use the IV? Okay. Based on the following configuration, what would be assigned the global unicast address? R1's was up and working and was and then configured as the following. Examining the output shown in the exhibit. What is true about the number 1 shown in the brackets? Distance. Which Cisco iOS command will correctly route traffic design destined to epically failing now. Refer to the diagram and assume that R1 was configured correctly to perform IPv6 prefix advertisements, and PC1 was configured to use Slack to form its IPv6 address. Which IPv6 message would R1 use to advertise? Let me sit down, guys. I don't know if I'm getting tired or what. Just not paying attention to what I'm doing right now. Not paying attention to what I'm doing. Pissing myself off. Let's finish this up. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's continue on the good fight. Let's pay attention to what we're doing now. We've only got a couple more questions to go through. Let's do it. All right, refer to the diagram and assume that R1 was configured correctly to perform IPv6 advertisements, and PC1 was configured to use Slack to form its IPv6 address. Which IPv6 message would R1 use to advertise its prefix to? So that would be CCNA. No, all right. You dummy. All right. Refer to the diagram which command could be configured on R1 to automatically calculate the IPv6 address for a prefix learned from an ISP router. All right. Refer to the diagram. An engineer is tasked with configuring a floating static route on R1. The fastest path towards yada yada's network should be prioritized over the other using an administrative distance of 10 versus the administrative distance of 20 for a slower path. What command would correctly configure the highest priority routing using IPv6 next hop address? All right, where do we want to go? Yeah, right. So I'm going to use the do it. All right. What value is used in IPv6 routes that indicates all traffic, and it is used as the default route? So that would be the :/0. Per the diagram, an engineer is tasked with configuring a floating static route on R1. The fastest path to the 33,000 network should be prioritized over the administrative 10 versus the administrative 20 slower path. What command would be correctly configured? What command would correctly configure the lowest priority using the IPv6? Should prioritize over the other administrative distance 10 versus the administrative cost. So all right. What changed here? Oh, we want to configure this one, right? So that would be IPv6 route. I had to look at that one again. That was like tricking me from the last question. We just answered a question ago. All right. When a device sends in an RS NDP packet, router solicitation NDP packet looking for a new local IPv6 router, which destination address would be involved in the request? The unicast address of a router. Ah! Epic failure. All right, how does a wireless network advertise itself to devices so they can join a network? SSID. When a wireless frame is sent to an AP, which address is used as the layer 2 address? When a wireless frame is sent to an AP, which address is used as its layer 2? AP's Ethernet MAC address. Oh. Ah! It's like freaking me out right now, guys. Really, just like I'm gonna have to read this whole entire book all over again now. What mode of communication is used when only one device can successfully transmit at one channel? So the tap duplex. To use non-overlapping channels for your Wi-Fi network, which of the following would be a correct strategy for neighboring access points? Same. 5 channels apart. A basic server set ID looks identically to which of the following network parameters? MAC address. Wireless devices must adhere to which standard to provide network connectivity? 802.11. Suppose two APs are located near each other. Which channel use strategy would request a non-overlapping Wi-Fi channel use? Channel 1, channel 48. Looks good. We have select 2 answers. No, that's overlapping. That doesn't exist. All right. In a split MAC wireless architecture, the traditional autonomous AP functions are split between which of the following entities? In the split MAC wireless architecture, the traditional autonomous AP functions are split between which of the following? Wireless line controller, a lightweight AP. In the split MAC wireless architecture, the CAT-WAP tunnel terminates on which of the following? Controller and the lightweight. All right. In a split MAC architecture, real-time functions such as encryptions are handled in which of the following network entities? Real-time functions such as encryption are handled in which of the following network entities? That's the wireless LAN controller. Gesture split. So the AP still handles encryption. News to me. Which of the following statements is correct concerning a unified WLC deployment model? WLCs are positioned at each access layer switch. Extends from all APs to the central web tunnels extend from access layer switch to all APs. A small portion of total APs is managed and sent by CAT-WAP tunnels extend from access layer switches to all APs. What does CAT-WAP mean? Which two wireless LAN controller WLC deployment models provide the best scalability for large deployments? Cloud. Suppose several APs are deployed in a cloud-based architecture. Which of the following are correct statements about the control and data planes involved in the wireless network? The data plane extended from the wireless users in the internet cloud. Managed, the data plane extends from the wireless user to the cloud-based AP. Data plane extends from the control plane extended from the wireless user to the cloud-based AP. The controller plane extends from the AP. AP is managed. Oh, I gotta think about this one, guys. And extends from the wireless user to the cloud-based AP. Controller. Oh, wait. Data plane extends from the wireless user to the internet cloud. All right, we're good. All right. What are some of the wireless LAN controller capabilities? What are some of the wireless LAN controller capabilities? RF monitoring, channel security management. Refer to the diagram. What method of authentication is being used? LS, Radis. Okay, so we have no. Ah, we were doing so good up until then. To protect the privacy to protect the privacy of sensitive data sent over wireless networks, which of the following mechanisms should be leveraged? Protect the privacy of sensitive data sent over. Which of the following mechanisms should be leveraged? All of them? Encryption. All right, let's see how we did. I hope we did all right. I don't know. Kind of wired now. That was 200 questions we just did. Hey, we still passed with 200 questions. We got a 910. All right, and we still passed. What did we get beat up on? What was like the worst area we got beat up on? IPv6, so chapter 24. Let me write this down. Then I'm going to have to go back and review these chapters. I don't like that. I don't like how I did either way. Alright, so we have chapter 20. That's OSP. That's OSPF. Chapter 21 is still pretty bad too. Chapter 21. Chapter 24 and 25. 6. That's about it. Everything else we did okay. So I got 4 chapters I got to review now on my own. All right. So 20, 21, 24, and 25. I need to review. That's okay. That's why we do these, guys. That's why I do this. How's that? So I know, so I have a sense of where I'm kind of sitting at. You know, obviously I would like to do better. I mean, who doesn't want to do better, right? But that's why we do these reviews. So I have a sticky note on my book so I know what I have to read this week. So yeah, that's why we do these review, guys. So I know what I have to continue to focus on. You know what I'm saying? So that was a good one. It was a long one. Shoot, that took me. That took almost 3.5 hours to do. That was a long test. That was a long test, man. Let's just go back to the beginning. What do I want to do? Oh, tell me my server is disconnected. All right. Well, that took us a good bit of time to get through. Get over here. You know what we should do? Let's do this. Let's set up a lab for tomorrow. Let's set up a lab for tomorrow, guys, real quick. So let's start a new lab. That way we can have this ready to go for tomorrow. Because I'm going to have to review that on my own. I'm going to review that on my own time, guys. I don't drag it out. Or how's this? Beat a horse to death. Because tomorrow we're going to be going into part 1, chapter 1 of part of the second book there. And that is that's introduction to TCP/IP network transport and application layer. And it's going to be going over like the transmission protocols and stuff like that. So what I kind of had a thought is making a lab that connects out to the internet and using the desktop. Using the desktop to pull up web pages and stuff like that, and then capturing those packets and taking a look at that. So we can set up. We'll set up a TCP IP layer 5, layer 4. I mean. Actually, let's just call it transport. Transport layer. The old what? All right, so let's grab. We need an external connection. Need a router. grab a switch, an unmanaged switch, and we'll grab a PC. And when I get down to configuring everything, I'll zoom in on the I'll zoom in on the command line, guys. Okay. So I'm gonna call this internet. Spell. And this is going to be NAT. Yep. Okay. So that's done. I'm gonna using this as a NAT. Let's go to info. Switch. Got this guy fired up. And we're gonna configure DHCP, NAT, and PAT. And we're just gonna be simply using IPv4 addressing and stuff like that on it. We won't get into like dual stacking or anything crazy like that for this. So we'll have to create, yeah, we'll walk through the configuration together and stuff like that. And at the end, we'll make sure that this PC, because this PC on Cisco Modern Lab, I can pull up web pages and stuff like that. It has a nice little desktop on it, which is really nice to work with and stuff. So that will be that. And then yeah, so we'll save. We'll hold on to this lab. We'll hold on to this lab for tomorrow when we start getting into that next part of that book here. So that should be interesting. So I mean, this is also a pretty nice little lab too. For anybody who's ever curious about how to hook up to an external connection and stuff like that too. Came up. I was just waiting for that router to turn on. That's okay. There it goes. I've been crashing these devices like crazy lately. I probably will stream it too, but that's already having issues. Look at that. It's already doing tracebacks. Oh, what's going on? The Cisco Model Lab has been giving me issues. You okay? Huh? Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm almost done, baby.
Making sure you're not getting lost.
Oh, I'm already lost, honey, but go over to my scene here so you guys can see what I'm doing. Bloop. All right, that looks good. All right, let's work from here. Any questions come up, just ask me. Is anything, guys? Okay. And let's dive into this. So we're gonna connect. Yep, 0. All right, gig 1. All right. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're going to use DHCP on gig 0-1. So interface gig 0-0. Say IP address DHCP. All right, shut. All right, and then interface gig 0-1. IP address 192.168.1.1. 255.5.5. Too many 5.5s. 0. Shut. All right. Now, let's make a DHCP server, IP, DHCP, pool, 1, network, 2, 168.1.0, 55.0, default router 192.168.1.1. I can't do that. I can't do that. All right, so we're gonna do it the other way then. Two, 6, 8, 0. Network. 10. I just had to go back and fix that and change the IP address. There's a reason why I had to do that. It's because it's gonna get confusing when I do everything else. So no big deal. Okay. Exit. Where's PF? 0. Quick. Now. So, access list 1. Permit. 10.0.0.0. 0.0.0.25. Say IP, NAT, source, list 1, gig 0, overload. Surprised it didn't freak out yet. So let's go interface, gig 0, 0. Gig 0-1. P, NAT, inside. There's those trace backs I was looking for. Don't crash. Zero. P. Take a look at our configuration real quick, guys. Here's our THCP. Let's boot up our external connection. So we're just booting up our external connection here. And we got our back to my zoomed in scene. We got our IP address. Okay. Okay, so that's good. Let's see if we can ping Google real quick. All right, so we can ping Google. Let's see if we can. DNS is working. Ping www.google.com. All right. DNS is working. So we are looking good. Let's turn on our switch here. Switch is up. Let's connect it here. Let's boot this PC up. Just waiting for this PC to come up. Once this PC comes up, let's make sure we got an IP address on this PC. We got an IP address on the PC here. Now let's see if we can ping Google from here to see if everything's working. And it's not working. All right, so something's not working. You show route. I know, baby. I'm coming. I'm just finishing up this last thing I gotta do. All right.
You don't care.
Huh? Where did this go wrong? I've done this so many times before. Now it's like it's not working. That's funny. Yeah, that's right. So good. We can run this command again. IP source, IP net, source, inside source, list one, int, zero, zero. Huh. Okay. So I just ran that command wrong. I swear. Sometimes. Alright. Then. Alright. So DNS and everything else is working. Alright. The hell did I do that? Freaking brain fog. That's what I didn't run. I didn't run. I ran this. We're good. All right, so that sets that up for now. So we're ready. We're ready for tomorrow's lab. Pretty much. Everything's up and running. DNS is good. So we're rocking and rolling, guys. All right. Cool, cool, cool. You guys want to take a look? Again, like I always do, before we leave off each other, fetch this configuration for you guys. And then I'll populate that on Discord. Again, you guys are more than welcome to jump into Discord and take a look at that. Waiting for this to fetch the configuration here. Once it does that, then we'll download the lab. And then tomorrow, this would be the lab that we use tomorrow. That while we're going through the next book here, this will be where the lab that we're using to do that in. So now this is a pretty fun. This is a good lab to practice on and stuff like that and make. It's taking forever to fetch it. There it goes. Okay. Configuration is saved now to the device. That way tomorrow we don't have to redo it all over again. Here, 4, 2, 2. Okay, guys, and that's up on. That's up on again, like I always do. That's right here, right on Discord, so you guys can take a look at that. Slap down. All right. Cool, cool, cool. All right, guys. Well, as always, I want to thank everybody for joining me today. Let's see now. Drop this down. All right. Let's Who's up and who's up and going right now? It's really not anybody. We could raid somebody, right? We can always raid somebody. Let's go raid, no, Dork Chop. I haven't raided him in a while. Alright, let's go say hello to my good friend Dork Chop. See how he's doing. You guys have a great night. I will see you guys back here tomorrow. We might stream early tomorrow too, so stay in touch with that, guys. If anything, follow me on Twitter. I've been trying to update my most current information off of Twitter. So you guys have a great night. Let's go say hi to Dork Chop. Have a good night, everybody.
Going on.